Hey, welcome back, everybody. Kaio, how you doing today? Everybody else out there in Lurkerville, good day. Today is November 25th, Tuesday, and we are here for episode 13, episode 13 of our UnKerbaled Start modded career. And UnKerbaled Start is the tech tree where we start with probes instead of kerbals. Right, we've only recently, just last episode is the first time we actually launched Kerbals into space. So Kyle, how you doing today, buddy? Waiting for Kerbal to catch up here. There we go. All right. Did a bunch of yard work this morning, so I might be a little on the exhausted side today. I took a rest day. Hey, man, every now and then you just gotta do it, man. I didn't. I did yard work all morning. Weed eating. Yay! Okay, so we need science. The name of the game is
Science.
So what can we unlock to get more science? Alright, so we get the RPWS antenna with miniaturization. Well, that antenna is that gonna be enough to give us 90 more science? I don't think so. Alright, I'm just taking a gander here. I'm still leaning towards electrics. As we need a second generation of ComSat. Speaking of, I need to check a couple settings. Got to turn that on. And leave stock comnet, okay. Can't do that. Alright, I wanted to double check because I'm trying to figure out why our current ComSats only talk to ground stations. They don't talk to anything else in space. And they barely talk to each other, and it says it's like weak link, so I'm guessing it's just not strong enough. So I'm thinking we already need a second generation of ComSat. Because we definitely need them to be able to talk to satellites that we have out at Moon, and then later, and soon, Minmus. So I'm going to go ahead and unlock electrics. Right, as we get the larger Communicatron and the high gain relay antenna. Right, antenna rating. Alright, so 200 million this should get 2.24 gigameters. Right, because we already have our DSN upgraded to level 3. And we did that to try to help those other satellites. Speaking of, where are they anyway? Where is that early... There's that. Oh, that's radar altimeter. Yeah, this one, 1.12 gigameters. They should easily be able to talk to anything inside the Kerbin sphere of influence, and they're not. LJ Speed, what's up, my friend? How you doing today? All right, but we're gonna take it. We're gonna unlock electrics. I'm gonna pay to unlock everything there, because it also gives us bigger batteries. We still have 66 science in the bank, but we're gonna make a second generation satellite bus, and then off of that we'll build the ComSat. J-Speed, yeah. A few people that I showed it to didn't understand it. If that shirt wasn't $45, I'd probably order one, because it's kind of funny. It's pretty funny.
Fuck off!
Every time I look at it, it makes me chuckle. Alright, we're gonna bring this up to 1.25 meters, because we're gonna need a, larger base. Alright, and more fuel on board. Alright, 1 second. I always add a thermometer to every satellite. That way, if you have any of those contracts, they give a science from space around X body, you know, Kerbin, Moon, Minmus, whatever it is. I can just go to any satellite and just hit 0, because I action group it to 0, and instant science from that without having to launch anything new. So J-Speed, are you all set for Thanksgiving? That is a lot of electric charge. That makes it easy. Let someone else do all the cooking. Those are still too big. Alright, so these will be the equipment attachment rails. They'll likely end up getting clipped in here in a second, but I need to put the other stuff up first. However, I like attaching everything to the main frame and then adjusting from there. Alright, since this is going to be a much larger, more massive satellite, I'm going to put the RCS thrusters on mass. This way they have more leverage. Right, so it's just like kind of like pulling a nail out of a board with a hammer. If you ever hand all the way down to the base, you don't have that much leverage, right? It takes a lot more force to apply the amount of torque that you need to pull the nail out. Where if you slide your hand up to the end with a lot less force, you can get the torque that you need. Similar concept here, right? To be able to rotate this around the center mass. Oh, there's a mosquito in here again. Grr. Centurion, what's going on, my friend? How you doing today? Alright, we're gonna pull those out because now we get to go all gold paneled. And yes, I'm aware our balls are gonna show. Just a little bit. They're gonna leave a slight bulge. Saturate not too bad. A little tired because I did yard work this morning. You get less desired translation if you're thinking about it right, regarding that's the wrong one. What are you guys up to today? Alright, and I'm gonna put this on there, so it's much easier to grab this instead of all the flipping nodes that are on all these. JC, that also happens, yes. Centurion, KSP, naturally, what are you working on in Kerbal, man? What mission are you running today? Alright, what did I say? What did I call that other Octocomsat or no, Octosat bus. Okay. Alright, so this is gonna be the Octosat bus Mark II. Not done yet. Oh, shit. I forgot I was gonna do this differently. Because I need these to be different. So I can't have them in 4x symmetry. There. Now it looks like they're in 4x symmetry, but they're not, so I can have different items on a different rails. Alright, how much power do these generate again? 0.6. Alright. I think I'm gonna add one of these to the top as well. Just push it in a little bit further. Alright, so here we have it as our generic satellite bus. Right, this weighs nearly 2 tons. Width is 1.8 meters. It's got to be able to fit inside a 1.875 meter fairing. All right, the expanded one. So let's double check. Perfect. Right. Now though, we need more propulsion, forward propulsion. Because all that will have to get moved. Hold on. Egg-nabbit. By the way, if you ever wanted to be able to use your RCS with the throttle control, you can. All you have to do is turn on 4x throttle. I'm worried it's gonna not actually fire through this. Alright, so I'm gonna move him outboard. Perfect. Alright, so what do you guys think of my satellite design technique? It's a lot of, this is 95 parts. It's a lot of parts. Mostly because of all the gold panels. You know what it is? We needed rectangular gold panels. Okay, so now we can now make this, turn this into the ComSat version. New upgraded one. Now we're up to almost 2.5 tons. How much juice do these take? 114 a second. Alright, so we got about 5 minutes of transition time. with full batteries on this. That's a lot of transmission time. All right, just so we know there's a satellite up there, right? Okay. I've been overwriting the wrong save. That's all right. It's easy enough to fix. What did I name the other comsat? Octo, okay. Octo comsat Mark II. Alright, save it. Now I gotta go find Octosat Bus Mark II. Remove that and that. We'll add these back on though. Yeah, G-Speed. What's that? Is it Craft Manager? What's that mod that you had me use before? I couldn't remember what the hell the name of it was. Triple X Craftman, okay. I don't remember. Alright, save it, and let's ship it. Alright, so we're going to launch this up to about 5 million kilometers. And apoapsis. Use the satellite to circularize, the satellite itself to circularize. Right, at roughly 2863 on the periapsis side. And then we'll lower the orbit back down as Kerbal catches up to us. So we're basically going to put this satellite directly over Kerbin and see how it compares to the satellite that we already have up there. And if this one's better, we're gonna lose the old one. And this one should be better, but I have a feeling there's something weird going on with the comms. At least it feels that way. So that's what this is also gonna test and find out for us. Just getting guidance here set up. Good pre-launch screenshot. Omsat 1 is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Guidance is go. Launch vehicle is go. I need a go, no go from chat. And we have a go for launch from chat in 10, 9, hold, 1 moment. Gotta make sure the volume is correct, because we want to feel it in our bones. This is gonna be loud. Headphone users beware. We're gonna make it a launch to remember. Resume the count in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main to start. 2, 1, liftoff. We have cleared the tower. Supersonic. 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 2/3. Alright, 15 seconds to SRB burnout and separation. Alright, 2.5 G's, throttling back to 50%. We have good SRB shutoff and separation. Alright, coming up on 50 kilometers downrange distance from the KSE, passing an altitude of 48 kilometers, 1 minute 50 seconds into the flight. Alright, we are coming up on fairing separation. In 3, 2, 1, there they go. We We have good fairing sep. Alright, coming up on Miko. And we have Miko. We have good separation and upper stage ignition. Hey, Societies, what's up, man? Maki, how you doing? It is kind of Arian 5-ish, isn't it? Other than the fact we were running 4 engines instead of just one bigger one. J-Speed, it's stock scale. It's that trick. I used the field of view trick. That one. Once again, we're going to push this out to an altitude of 5 million kilometers. Well, 5,000 kilometers, rather. Stand by for shutdown. Shutdown. Alright, so geostationary orbit is here. We're going to push out to here so we have a much longer lever arm. This is how they're actually done in real life. They shoot them, they do a bielliptical transfer. Also helps if you have to do an inclination change. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and separate from the upper stage here. We have good satellite deploy. Alright, let's go active on the satellite. We have good satellite deploy. And activation. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to time warp up to about here. Alright, I'm going to swap back to our upper stage. And that's all we need. Well, they're actually still in range of each other. Alright, so now we know the upper stage will burn up on re-entry. And we actually happen to be right over the KSC where we want to be. However, we're going to have to let it come around again. I'm wondering at 5 million, I wonder if 4 would have been better. Either way. Alright, satellite is in orbit. Alright, so we have a periaps altitude about 1,400 kilometers. We're gonna have to wait until we come around again. And good sun, alright. We're gonna go ahead and warp there. Might use a little fizz warp here. Coming up on cutoff. All right, 2863 exactly. All right, so the KSC is over there. Let's rotate towards periapsis here. Ulka, what's up, my friend? Alright, so orbital period right now is basically 1.5 days. KSC is almost on the other side of the planet. Actually, it is on the other side of the planet from it. Oh, not quite. Almost there. It's almost there. So what we're going to do is we're going to lower our periapsis, or I mean our apoapsis down until we're about 1 day plus 1 hour. And then it'll take a few orbits and we're going to let the KSC catch up to us. flip our satellite retrograde. Again, what I'm watching here is orbital period. All right, there we go. 1 day, 1 hour. Perfect. And so now all we do is warp here. All right, there's the KSC. Looks like we're about 2 hours ahead because we're catching up the other satellite. So one more day around. Alright, KSC is about maybe 2 hours behind, maybe. So might have to go around twice more. Alright, one more. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, in fact, here's the other one. Comsat Prime. There's the KSC. We're almost directly over the top of it, which is perfect. So let's go ahead and bring our apoapsis down. Alright, we're gonna have to wait. As we start to circularize, our periapsis they're gonna swap. But I'm gonna stay closer to our periapsis for this burn. Five hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds is what we want. And there we go. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 9 seconds. We are in geostationary orbit. but J-Speed, I did want to go 1/4 real scale, but with the updated parallax, it kind of broke the coordinate system for a lot of other mods like Curb Inside and Kerbal Constructs and all the other stuff that goes along with those, like in the KSC Extended. I didn't want to have to readjust every single asset individually. Plus, little rusty. Little rusty. Alright. Our new comm set is in position. Why are these angled weird? You notice that? Why are these angled weird? What happened? How did that happen? I'm pretty sure they're not angled that way on the, in the VAB. That's really weird.
And it's gonna bug the shit out of me.
Why are those slightly off? Here's rename. All right, our new generation comm set is up. All right, back to the Space Center. Two things. Number one, let's make sure that girder is not crooked in the VAB. Man, does that bug me? Everything's so precise, and then suddenly something is... Oh yeah, we gotta turn the volume back down to normal. What's everybody working on today? Also, today's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream, only because I've been streaming so much, Delta is feeling neglected. So, need some more Delta time today. Sorry, or some extra Delta time today. Yeah, it is not crooked. Alright, so how did that piece get crooked? Oh no, it's the solar panels. And they are flipping crooked!
What the shit?
And you guys let me launch a crooked satellite. That's messed up, man. Nobody called me out on that. Goodman! What's up, buddy? Yeah, you couldn't see how crooked it was because all the nodes. I know. In my defense, I was staring at plumber's crack. Lazarus, what's up, my friend? How you doing? Oh, Centurion, yeah. A plumber's crack is definitely a no-go. I know that's not what you said, but you know me, I had to twist it just a little bit, like I did that. Poodman, what's going on, man? How are you doing today? Okay, we straightened it out there. That means it's also crooked on the primary set bus. Ugh. I pride myself on everything being so exact, and then I launch something flipping crooked. I'm gonna be double checking that shit all day long. Maki, no, it is at Orison. IAE is at Orison. Nice, Poodman. That sounds pretty good, man. Now just sitting fat and chilling. Lazarus, yeah, that's the way I kind of feel when we launched that satellite and I was like, wait a minute, is that crooked? It's flipping crooked. All right, so we fixed it from ever happening again, at least with that satellite going forward. But yeah, it's like a gut punch. All right, and I thought about pushing these up into a graveyard orbit because they'd have enough fuel for a graveyard orbit, but not enough to come back or re-enter. And Kerbal, I mean, we're gonna end up with so much stuff in orbit that I'm gonna go ahead and just terminate it. Blink, blink. The old one. I'm not gonna replace the other two just yet. And by the way, what are you? Hey John, what's going on, my friend? How you doing today? Passengers in a plane with seats for 83. Oh, that happens in real life. Okay, so why is this stuck out here? Wait, wasn't this supposed to crash into the moon? This stage was supposed to crash into the moon. Now, this stage should have crashed into the moon. Because it was on a lunar impact trajectory. There's like a sinus infection. Oh, dude. Ah. Sinus infections suck. So bad. Alright, it had a small amount of fuel on board still, and it still has its RCS. We're gonna see if we can't lower Apoapsis back into the atmosphere and let this thing actually do what it's supposed to do. It should have impacted the moon. It was on a... we double checked. It was on a lunar impact trajectory. And this is from our satellite launch to the moon that we did last episode. Just inside the atmosphere. But it should have hit the moon. I had a sinus cold not that long ago, and I was worried about it becoming a sinus infection. Because, man, dude, a sinus infection, dude, you literally want to go to France and visit the guillotine. Alright, so let's double check some of these. Yeah, dude, when you get a sinus head, dude, your eyeballs feel like they're gonna bulge out of your head, like everything, dude, just...
No, thank you.
I think this is our first satellite, and it shouldn't be called this. Yep, it is. This is our very first satellite. We need to rename it. It was launched in Orbital Rocket 1, but it's not OR1. Alright, we're gonna call it First Sat. Well, it makes sense since it probably feels like somebody hit you in the side of the head with a golf club anyway. I'm not helping, am I? Well, it's not a Stay Putnik. We're just gonna call it First Sat. Now this one, its periapsis is inside the atmosphere. Like way inside the atmosphere. The Kerbal does this once in a while. Some things, if they're on a suborbital trajectory, it doesn't always remove them like it should. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and terminate this one because its periapsis is 28 kilometers. Periapsis on this one, 66 kilometers. All right, terminate that one. That's the one we just did the retro burn for. Yeah, periapsis 33 kilometers. Terminate that. Periapsis 37 kilometers. Terminate that one. Just doing a little bit of cleanup here for, you know, all these probes. Let's take a look at this real quick. Are we done mapping the moon yet? Okay, yeah, I think it has to be pretty low for it to auto remove. You can also just switch to it and watch it ride into the atmosphere. 95.4% for that. Multi and visual is 87.5%, so it's still not done. Mapping the moon. Takes quite a while. Alright, anybody just coming in? We went ahead and unlocked electrics so that we could build an advanced a more advanced comm satellite, which is what we have done. Alright, so now we can go back and look at more contracts. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take the flyby of Minmus. Put 2 Kerbals into orbit. We're not ready for that yet. Not yet. We need supersonic flight for that to make it more ideal. Not ready for those yet either, just yet. Okay. Alright, so we can knock out this contract for some funding and a little bit of rep. Crash a probe on target at the moon. Simple temperature scan and simple atmospheric pressure scan, we did these and it still didn't give us credit. Oh no, this because these are high space. Wait, no, yeah, air simple atmospheric pressure scan, we did that actually. And simple temperature scan, we did that too. That was that little mini satellite that we popped out of the side. And I just realized it did not give us credit for that. But I think we're ready to launch our next Lazarus. Which one? The primary one we're using is Career Evolution. And it requires a tech tree that does not start with Kerbals. Right, so like in this instance, we're using UnKerbaled start, but you can also use another tech tree called Probes before Crew. I prefer UnKerbaled start, personally. But yeah, it's Career Evolution is the primary one. Last time it was updated was for Kerbal 1.4, but it does still work, as you can see. In the interim, I think we need more... Where's our onion? What do we call our onion? Oh, we call it Kostock. That's right. Okay. I think it's time to launch our next Kerbal into orbit, except this time into a polar orbit. Right, so we can get all that sweet EVA science. But first, hold that thought. This guy's gonna go punch the bladder reset button real quick, and I'll be right back. Lazarus, we get Kerbals like in tier 4 or tier 5 of... Well, you get Kerbals from the beginning, and you can do airplanes. But you don't get crewed capsules until like tier 4 and 5 of the tech tree. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Lazarus, yeah, and well, it's Kerbal space at the end of the day, because I've asked this before, because I tried to get, not necessarily that, but when I was testing Making History DLC, right, I was one of the volunteer testers on that. I was trying to get them to use that, or the release of that DLC, to revamp the tech tree, and they didn't want to do it. And I asked just out of curiosity why they went with Kerbals first over Probes, and it's because it's Kerbal Space Program, not Probe Space Program. Is literally what I was told. Right, which kind of makes sense from that perspective. But other things in a tech tree I wanted moved because they just didn't make any sense. Right, even keeping Kerbals first, type of thing. Okay, so Jeb, you've already been to space. Val has been to space, but not to orbit. Val was the first Kerbal in space, but Jeb was the first Kerbal in orbit. So we're going to send Val. But she will be the first Kerbal in a polar orbit. I came in here to check something. I don't remember what it was. Oh, inventory. Make sure she's got a jetpack. Alright, so this rocket is definitive overkill for this payload. However, it does have the fairing size that we need to be able to fit this inside. Because this part, the onion, and its subsequent two-man and three-man versions
suck aerodynamically.
Like, they are really bad aerodynamically. Lazarus, yeah, I'm making a big deal. Like, we test everything. In fact, in my opinion, I'm being extra risky right now because there's no launch escape system for this. That'll happen with our next generation, Mercury style capsule. We'll actually have we'll develop a launch escape system for it. In fact, hold on. What do I need for that? Because that's up here. So if you wanted to know, the Mark 1 command pod, you get it up here in the tech tree. Right, where you get the pea or the onion here in the small reentry pods. It comes in one tier below. Right, but you don't actually get it. I mean, you're halfway through the tech tree by the time you actually get it. To start sending Kerbals into space. Technically, you can send them up earlier. You can put them on a rocket plane if you just wanted to go in a suborbital trajectory. Thought about doing that too. it that we went from the, how do we go from the onion to the pea to the pomegranate? Shouldn't it have been pea, onion, pomegranate? Just saying. Alright, so we have 66.6 science. Oh yeah, yeah. They're rough. I like I love pomegranate juice though. We do. Alright. We're gonna shift gears. We're gonna do our first lunar landing. Yeah, yes, it's worse than grape juice for that front. Alright, make sure nothing's hitting. Alright, experiments. Alright, I might have to do something slightly different with those. I have a science junior, but they're so big. Obviously, that's not what I'm going to do, but that is absolutely massive. And we want it to be as lightweight as we can with our early... We don't need that much RCS fuel. Very much overkill for this, but yeah, we can do that way. That won't work. They're firing right into those. This is meant for our first moon landing, uncrewed. Too big to fit inside. Oh, they're right there. Just let them right in. Yeah, I really should do it this way. This can't be 5-horn. These have to be 4-horn at most. Unless I do it this way. Alright, am I forgetting anything? Is anything crooked? I like my exoskeleton stuff. Alright, Lunar Lander Probe Mark 1. MLP Mark 1. That's what we're calling it. I'm forgetting something. Oh no, we have an antenna. Never mind. I was forgetting antenna. Nope, we got a big fat one right there. I like binding my science experiments to an action group. That way I just press one button and it runs all of them at once. Alright, so let's add our auxiliary stage just to make sure. This thing has plenty of energy, but just to make sure we're gonna add our auxiliary stage. This still only weighs 3.8 tons. We can use this to actually do the orbital capture. Is it time to upgrade the auxiliary stage, though? Because it's a pug. The spark might be better. Well, the pug is still more efficient. I don't think I want to go up. Man, that's such a massive bump. Look at that real quick. Thrust to weight goes screaming high. Alright, 1324. Yeah, we lose like 300 meters per second of delta V, but we triple our thrust to weight. That's a bit much. We lose 200 meters a second there and only gain a slight amount. Actually, no, we lose thrust to weight, actually. Well, that's still looking like the best option currently. That's way worse. Good lord, that is an engine, man. Pug's still the best option for an auxiliary stage. Now this is up to 3.8 tons. Alright, now it's time to put in our launch vehicle. Yep, no shroud. Oh, it just sits in there so nice. It's in there so nice. All right.
Double check your staging.
Music is so dramatic for this. Okay, so now we go get our contracts because we don't have our moon contract. Let's go get it, and then we'll be ready to send it. Oh, I forgot about opening up my buddy here. Forgot to introduce my friend.
Elixir of the Gods, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, so there you go. All right, land on the moon. 158 grand, 4 science, 18 rep. We'll take that. We're going to be able to complete multiple contracts with just this one probe. Soft landing on the moon, uncrewed. All right, we're going to get 72 grand up front, 90 grand on completion, 5 bonus science, and 25 rep. We'll grab that. Launch an unmanned probe and have it land on the moon. Yes, we can do that. 62 grand up front, 123 grand upon completion, 6 bonus science, 50 rep. Let's grab that. Land a probe on the moon at a specific target. I would need to see where exactly the target is. But it is possible that we could do this all in one. I'd have to go look, though, to see where this actual target is. We're going to skip this for now. We'll do that later. We have enough. Alright, and here's the thing about landing this probe on the moon, is we need to be facing Kerbin side. We need to land on the Kerbin side facing of the moon, the near side. Because... it's the only way we'll have comms. We do not have a relay satellite yet, or relay satellites yet at moon. We don't yet have that infrastructure. Okay, so now we're gonna find Moon. Set him as our target. Oh, he is in. Oh, we're in launch position right now. We're in perfect lunar, Mooner direct launch position. Sweet! Alright, I'm not gonna crank the volume on this one, so headphone users, you won't get blown out of the water. Let's get all of our guidance here set up. Thought our ToughX profile might have changed, but I think it's just the position the sun's in. Guidance is go! MLP Mark 1 is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Cameras are go. I need a go, no go from chat. Let's go to the moon. And we have a go from chat. Here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, made it to start. 2, 1, send it! Alright, we've cleared the tower. Go for pitch and roll maneuver. Man, look at those clouds. Fly the rocket, fly the rocket. Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. Passing max Q. Throttling back down to 2/3 throttle. All right, 15 seconds to SRB burnout and separation. Rolling back to 50%. And SRB shut off. And we have good SRB separation. All right, now 1 minute 45 seconds into flight. We are 53 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 43 kilometers. All right, coming up on course shutdown, and we have Miko. We have good stage separation, upper stage ignition, and fairing deploy here in 3, 2, 1, fairing deploy. violation. Call BlackRock. It's unacceptable. Alpha, what's up, my friend? How you doing today? We're about to do our first Mooner landing in this save. I was gonna do the cameras as with the fairing deploy and everything, but I forgot. Oops. Too many things happening all at once. Stand by for main engine cutoff. Or well, our Seco second stage cutoff. You know what I mean, damn it. All right, we have our Mooner intercept, and right now it's set as a collision on purpose. All right, we have good payload deploy. I'm gonna pop back to the stage. Let's make sure it's still on a Mooner intercept. Our Mooner crash, it is. All right, we're gonna go ahead and go deploy their solar panels. We continue to get power. All right, we're still on Mooner intercept. Everybody say hi, Moon. Oops. I am facing the wrong way. Slightly. Alright, we have a periapsis over the moon of 2 kilometers. 2. Because we're going Mooner, full Mooner direct. Mooner direct, so we did our launch direct, and we're going to do our landing direct. We're not going to circularize first. We're going right in, baby. So I need our periapsis just above the surface. Had to get some screenshots. By the way, if you're wondering why Kerbin looks so good like this, it's because if you're not aware of this camera trick, if you hold down the left Alt key and use your scroll wheel on your mouse, you can change the field of view. Right, both in and out. And if you double click the mouse wheel, it resets. Right, but it allows you to be able to get, these awesome shots like this. So our entire launch we did this way. Right, maximum field or minimum field of view. Right, so you end up with like some epic, screenshots. All right, so now we just go for a ride. So how many of you have ever done a Lunar direct launch? Like from the surface of Kerbin to the moon, no maneuver nodes, just go. Now granted, moon has to be in a specific spot to do it. You want to be just below the horizon. It was technically a little high for us, but that's all right. Because we have plenty of extra delta V. But typically speaking, you want it to be a little bit further below the horizon before you launch. You want it so it's just coming up over the horizon as you're entering or hitting orbital velocity around Kerbin. By the way, you can also go to Minmus that way. You can go to Duna that way. You can go to Eve that way. You can go to Jewel that way. Technically, you can go to several of the other bodies, but it gets much more... you have to be super precise with the burn. It's easy to just do a maneuver node for most of the other bodies. And Minmus, you'll see, I do it a little bit differently. I usually do a bioelliptical transfer for Minmus. So we'll basically wait for a Minmus direct launch, and we'll do the same thing without a maneuver node. But we're gonna launch out. We'll launch out above its altitude, and then we'll make a maneuver node to bring us back in. And that way, it allows us to we're at minimum velocity relative to Kerbin, and we can make that little bit of inclination change for little to no delta V. Well, it's a little bit, but it's very, very little. And then we come back into Minmus. Yeah, never change your inclination in low orbit. Unless you absolutely have to. The higher your orbital velocity, right, the higher this orbital speed, the more energy it's going to take to make that inclination change. Yeah, low Kerbin orbit or low orbit anywhere is the worst place to make inclination changes. Hey, and we're talking to our comsats. Our new our comsats with this one. Nice. Wait, and who knew how good Star Citizen music would work for Kerbal Space Program? That's what we're listening to, if you're wondering. It's the soundtrack for the Star Citizen launcher. Alright, I did put us retrograde, didn't I? Alright. I'm thinking I might want to fix that. I'm gonna come in over here. We're gonna... And it's come in over a prograde by out of habit. Just checking how much energy we actually need to do it. I gotta flip this radial in. Yeah, because of line of sight. We don't have any comsats up around Moon yet. Plus, we want to land on the day side. And now it's radial out. Fine tune with a little RCS, about 2 kilometers up. There we go. Alright, let's flip us over retrograde as we come in. Lazarus, it's just to give me a little bit of a buffer. I don't want to hit the moon. Right, but we need elevation to slow down. That's a big part of it. Is, yeah, we were low thrust to weight. And this crater might actually be a good spot. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and start our deceleration here. Other way, dumbass. I'm accelerating towards the ground. You're supposed to be above the horizon. There we go. In over the east crater. I'm going to rest a little bit more of our vertical velocity. 3,100 meters over the surface. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and ditch that stage. So we want it to blow up into the moon. All right, 800 meters. Four hundred. All right, 50 meters. And of course I land us on rocks. But hey, we're down. There's always a possibility of landing on a rock at the last second. I mean, we have enough energy, I can move it. I'm gonna move it. That was a bad idea. Yep, that was a bad idea. Well. Shit. What was that? Hey, what was that? I didn't touch anything. We don't even have an engine. Well, we're right side up again. All right, turn off the RCS. And there's Minmus. I mean, Minmus. Kerbin. Alright, 8 science from the magnetometer scan. Send it. Oh, it's the landing gear. The landing gear being weird. Imagine that, landing gear being weird in Kerbal. Alright, temperature scan. Atmospheric pressure scan. Mystery goo! Yeah, our landing gear being weird. As you can tell. Yeah, stop being weird, gear. Landing gear. Alright, anyway, we made it to the moon. And we transmitted science back. Well, I was gonna see if I could bounce it to another biome and get more science off of it, but...
That's not gonna happen now.
That's alright though, because we accomplished a whole bunch of contracts all at once. Alright, the recent accomplishments of our space program have attracted contributions from numerous organizations. We have landed on the surface of the moon, 37 grand, plus 1 science and 5 reputation. We have entered into suborbital spaceflight above the moon, 31,200 credits. You know, I realized the other day I was rewatching one of my VODs. I was calling it Sea-Bills. Can you think of what you know? Anybody know what I was thinking about when I said Sea-Bills? All right, 1 science, 4 reputation. Land on the moon, huzzah! There's no such thing as the final frontier. 158 grand, 158,000 Sea-Bills, 4 science, and 18 reputation. Land a probe on the moon 1. Future generations will remember this day. Completion rewards, 123,855 Sea-Bills. We should call them K-Bills. Oh, we'll be doing lots of moon missions, Lazarus. And yeah, Onka, big stompy robots, Mech Warrior, Battletech, Sea-Bills. Alright, 6 science and 50 reputation. New strategies available. Science from new biomes, the moon's east crater, 25 grand. Soft landing on the moon, uncrewed. Mission success! You have safely landed on the moon and returned valuable science data from the surface. We know that there is it is possible for a crewed craft to land there safely as well. Completion rewards, 90,000 K-Bills. We're gonna call them K-Bills. 5 science and 25 reputation. But there we go. We're on moon. All right, back to the Space Center. Yep, that's why I had to throw in some extra chuckles there. But hey, we have 128 science. I'd like to unlock that, but we need landing because I need to launch Escape System Junior and the inflatable airbags. We get better landing struts. Need so many things. Plus, we need heavier rocketry. could do a different type of launch escape system for early module.
Decisiones.
Done. I'm not gonna unlock these other parts just yet. Don't really need those anymore. We do need this, though. That's another 5 science. We're back down to 33 science. Not another trip to the moon won't fix. But now we can start our Mercury-inspired program. However, I like to make some changes.
Because of course I do.
What do I even want to put in there? I don't even know. Somebody tell me what to put in there, because I don't even know. Dum 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 dum. I usually put in an inline goo. What do I need to put in there? What science goes into what universal storage stuff goes in this anyway? You can put in whatever you want. However, I'm liking my goo. These have built-in reaction wheels. I don't need them. Yep, I don't think we need the big one. We have room to go in a little bit. That's too much. We don't need that. I forget. Battery in a service bay. I'm gonna do this differently. A little less delta V, but it'll give us a little bit more room to... add a little more monoprop. There's 10 units in there. We're gonna change the flow priority to these to +1, so they'll use this RCS fuel before the capsule. That way, on re-entry, we still have slight attitude control with the upper thrusters. Yeah, that looks better. That's better. White. Hey, Chief, what's going on, my friend? Speaking of battery... plenty of space. Chief, not too bad. We did our first landing on the moon. Uncrewed, of course. And now we're in the process of making a new crew capsule for low to high Kerbal orbit. What about you, Chief? What are you up to? The higher the priority, the faster it drains first. So the bigger the number is what drains first. I set these to +1 because they always set the upper stage of a launch vehicle, because they usually have RCS tanks. I set them to like 9. So to use them first before anything on the payload. Just had dinner? Nice. Oh, go back to the side. And I forgot to give this thing a drag chute. Okay, so we have what comes back from orbit. We have what goes into orbit. Now we need to add how is this thing going to escape? Right, we don't have the launch tower junior, escape tower junior unlocked yet. So we have to do it in a separate fashion. That won't be enough. That would, though. Just realized this is also unguided. Oh, backup comms, but I'm thinking about it. You gotta go super redundant when there's Kerbals involved. Yep, activate that. Now I gotta rig up a little test stand here. All right. What do we want to call this series of capsules? I need a name. Let's just call it Project Orbit. That works. Alright, there will be no Kerbals on board for this test. Hopefully it'll let me do it. No, because there's no probe core. I can fix that though. I have a... vertical launch test pad to unlock. Yep, there we go. The TLC vertical test pad is what we need. Okay, so now... Alright. Launch escape system test.
Mark 1.
Project Orbit? It was in the beginning, right? All the space stuff was super locked down. It's still super locked down, just so you're aware. Just because of, you know, with ITAR and everything, because it's very easy to turn a rocket into a missile. It's the same technology. Okay, unguided, of course, has to be unguided, otherwise it doesn't really work. Alright. Launch abort test. Launch abort test. Range is hot. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort, abort, abort. I just realized there's no probe core. I can't activate what needs to happen next. But that worked. I may need to make this upper stage smart. Either that or we're gonna have to put a Kerbal in it for the test flight. But hey, we made it 4 kilometers down range. It goes off over to the side on its own because of the parachute offset. Alright, back to the Space Center. Okay, so abort test Mark 1 worked. We can't activate the rest of it because there's no probe core on the vessel. Okay, so let's warp to the next morning here. A little cloudy. Alright, we gotta clean that up. Okay, and a Kerbal has mass, so it's also gonna change the weight of this. Alright, Gimel Kerman is gonna volunteer for the abort test. Some Kerbal's gotta do it, so... Hey, let me check your inventory. Volunteer, yes. It's a,
military way of volunteering.
I just remember in basic training when a drill sergeant comes out and says, hey, I need 2 volunteers.
Don't fucking raise your hand.
Either that or they walk out and they're like, you 2, thank you for volunteering for this detail. Alright, we had rain last night. Gimmel, you good? I need to see the telemetry. I need to see how high our G-forces go. Range is hot. Gimmel Kerman is go. We are ready for launch abort test number 2. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort, abort, abort. Oh yeah, 10 Gs. Sweet. And yeah, dude, you want to see the interviews with the Soyuz cosmonauts that have had to actually use their abort system? It's 14 to, you know, you realize most abort system for most rockets, like for example, Soyuz is 14 to 17 Gs. If you think that's harsh, you know what an ejection seat on a fighter plane is? 17 to 20 Gs. Yeah, it's like a, you better clinch. That's why, like on a lot of fighters, when you pull, the first thing that happens when you pull the ejection handle is it ratchets your harness in extremely tight. Well, that didn't work as it, the thing isn't working as way it's supposed to. But
Bishimoda coming in hot.
all right, what is going on here with my alerts? Coming in hot, coming in hot, baby. There it goes. Damn, it's froze for a minute. Bishimoda, thank you, man, for that raid. I appreciate it, buddy. You were awesome doing some Kerbal.
Super sweet.
Welcome, everybody that came in with Bishimoda. If you guys don't know me, I'm Rocket. This is Rocketology. We just finished doing an abort test for our new Mercury class orbital module. We're calling it Project Orbit. Yeah, my alert. Well, it's, you know why? It's because I don't want to give Streamlabs any money. And our abort test went off flawlessly. In fact, I want to do it again. Rarely would I actually use this for this function, but this is how awesome it went off. Yeah, we had Gimmel in there. All right, that stays the same. Okay. I didn't mean to revert back to here. I went to revert back to launch, but... Your first Kerbal orbit in RP1? Nice. And then you design 8.5 ton Mars orbiter. Very nice. And then a new lifter. Nice, nice. Yeah, this is it. Well, it's because this is only set up for a launch abort. Right, we don't have a launch escape tower for this yet. Right, so I just rigged this up. Right, so this would actually sit atop the launch vehicle. Right, and there's a service module and everything inside of here, so. Alright. But now we know how many how many G's this is gonna pull. I don't need to see this. So we can enjoy it in full specter. Range is hot. Gimbal Kerman is go. Launch abort test. 2A. We'll call it 2A. Yep. All right, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort, abort, abort. Yeah, the abort is built up. The abort is built into the service module. And this part is pretty cool. Interesting, the other two times we did this, we went out towards the water. Alright, let's recover that. Ah, no worries, Bishimoto, take it easy, buddy. I know how that is, man. When you're done with the stream, it's like, go! Because generally speaking, by that point, you're hungry, you're tired, you're thirsty, you gotta piss. Or take a dump. Or all of the above. Alright, and Gimbal Curran got a G-Force 7, or a 6 ribbon, G-Force 6, for pulling more than 6 Gs. For 3 or more seconds. That's gonna make Jeb unhappy because Jeb doesn't have one of those yet. All right, let's warp to the next morning here real quick, and also let's check our science here, our scanning for the moon, see where it's at. All right, our low resolution altimetry scan is at 97.6%. Our multi is at 88.9%, and so is our low resolution visual is at 88.9%. And we have some money. I should probably upgrade some things. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and max out the runway. We don't really need it yet. Not too worried about part count, even though we're starting to get there. We might actually be flirting with the part count limit. Alright, so the idea for this is to put a Kerbal into a polar orbit, so they can get all of that EVA science. And I'm thinking about separating these out. There, now we're in the right location. This helps out a little bit sturdier because going from a 1.25 meter node or a size 1 node down to a size 0 node, which is what a 0.625 meter is in the hierarchy. Fact. We'll do that. To add stability. Alright, now we need a smart upper stage. So I'm going to grab our handy dandy wonderful service module. Oh yeah, the flow priority also works on batteries. If you want to drain some batteries before others. Speaking of, these need to actually go up one. That way it doesn't drain the battery from this. The upper stage, to be truly smart, needs an antenna. There we go. I was attached to the wrong node. I was like, why is that looking weird? Because I attached it to the wrong node. Again, the hierarchy thing. I guess I could go this way. Alright, your rockets always need a good pair of RC testicles. I want to give it full control. Wrong ones. Yep, that's all I would need. Quirt! What's up, buddy? How you doing today, buddy? How's life in Quirt's world? Raining where you're at? We had a whole bunch of rain last week. Alright, now we need ullage. Man, that's just the upper stage and service module and vehicle. You just added way too many mods. That's about what this UnKerbaled install takes. Not that one. That one. I needed to have slightly, a little bit more energy. Rest of weight's good. We're gonna play with options here for a moment. Oof, that is
Overkill!
by about 1,000 meters per second. Firing parts off of another rocket. Or, do I really want to do this? That's still overkill by a lot. We're in that awkward middle stage. A little light on thrust to weight. Quirt, you just picked up I'm assuming that's a flight stick or a yoke. Is that a yoke? Alpha male, I want to be able to use it for both low Kerbin orbit and high Kerbin orbit, but not moon. Ground services add-on. Okay. Thank you, Kales. Alpha male, what's up, buddy? How you doing today? It now has more than enough energy than what we need it for, but better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know, it's more about the aesthetics of the vehicle. That won't be quite enough. That won't be enough. You see what I mean? We're in that awkward stage. I'm thinking I'm gonna like the this better. Much better. That's better, right? All right, now it's time for
Stickers, decals.
now we gotta dress it up. I'll check our staging for this part, for this. Alright, update our abort sequence because it's gonna have a few things in it. Like, shut this down. And lock gimbal. Nothing like it's still gimbling around after they've shut down, right? Alright, before we build up the, actually, before we do all the detail work of adding stickers and blah, 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 and building out the launch tower and all that, let's double check go run through our entire testing regimen again. Alright, for anybody that's new, what I mean by building out a launch tower, let me save this real quick. We actually go all out. Alright, but before I put in all the detail work, we want to do run a quote-unquote simulation to make sure that everything is good to go before we start doing all that, because to work backwards from all that is a blah. You can quote me on that. Alright, we're gonna throw Jeb in there even though this is simulated. Kale's, yeah, for sure. You know, well, Alpha Mince's in here. The mod author's in here. Or he was. Or he's lurking. But he's around. All right. Okay, first up is abort test from the pad. All right, full dress abort test. Well, simulation. Simulated abort. Full stack abort test in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abort, abort, abort. I wonder why that got stuck. Well, it has to be, Kales. It has to be high G because you have to think about it. If the rocket's exploding, right? That explosion is radiating out at a given velocity. So you need to be able to out-accelerate that velocity. And we've already tested it. It's 10 Gs. But it doesn't show it over here, but it's a 10 G abort, which is actually pretty low. To give you an idea, you know what Soyuz is? We were just talking about it. Soyuz is 14 to 17 Gs, depending on where it's at in its launch regime. Santa, what's going on, man? And if you were to eject from a like a fighter plane, that's 17 to 20 Gs. My people don't have any bones. Yeah, but Gs are about blood flow. And there we go. Nice, comfortable landing. All right, so we're going to revert back to the launch pad. Right, and we're going to do a post-launch abort test. This always ends up coming up, but we've actually watched a video of a, he's a Indy 500 driver back in the 80s. He went 200 and some odd miles an hour to 0 in 6 inches and lived. It was something like 245 Gs. Not sustained though, they were instantaneous, literally instantaneous. Yeah, it literally broke every bone in his body. But he did live. And there's actually video of the crash on YouTube. I didn't become soup? We don't use that term here. The correct term is...
Mystery goo.
Yeah, how did he not become mystery goo? By the way, you know that's where mystery goo comes from, right? Mystery goo is from all those Kerbals that you've, I mean, think about it. What do you do with mystery goo? You're exposing it to all these different environments, right? To see how it responds. Well, what is mystery goo? Splat Kerbals. Alright, full stack post-launch abort test 1. Alright, in 5, 4. Maiden to start. 2, 1, send it. Oh, that is sensitive. And off kilter and abort, abort, abort. Alright, post-launch abort is good to go. I think I need to set this up so this cuts. Kales, it really is. It's a lot of work. And it's extremely slow going. I used to keep an RP1 install just to kind of show the difference. Alright, and our capsule does indeed float. Alright. And all this is so we can put a Kerbal into polar orbit so that he can EVA, they can EVA and get all of the EVA science around Kerbin. Alright, so this is going to be a full guidance. Last time was unguided. We're going to do a full guidance launch. And we're going to do a max Q abort test. Alright, so if we turn this on, how do you know where max Q is? After a while, you kind of just, based on your rocket's performance, you kind of put it together. It's usually right around 8,500, 10,000 meters, depending on how fast your rocket is accelerating. But the easiest way to see it is... Plop, 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 plop. Your dynamic pressure right here, since max Q is maximum dynamic pressure. So once you'll see this climb. And as soon as this stops climbing and starts to do and starts to decline, you're now past max Q. So that's how you tell where max Q is when this number stops climbing. And that's where we're going to commit our abort, because that's going to be the most dangerous threshold to abort from. All right. Max Q abort test in 5, 4, maiden to start. 2, 1, send it. Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. Max Q, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, abort, abort, abort. The only time I've ever used MechJeb is doing RSS. And Jeb here flipping ass over tea kettle. But yeah, there are a lot of cool tools in MechJeb. It's just at stock scale or even up to 1/4 real scale, there's too many things I just like to do for myself, even if they do get repetitive. Sonic booms. It's just because the camera is at the wrong angle with it flipping around. The other thing too is that we now are testing that our center of mass, center of drag is set up correctly for re-entry. I like making all of my re-entry vehicles aerodynamically stable so they automatically orient retrograde during re-entry, even if there's no Kerbal or guidance available. Lazarus, I believe it's green in vanilla, if there's a color at all. I'm trying to remember, it's been so long since I've done it without restock. Interesting. Guess it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna have to set up an action group to cut the drogue chute. Alright, Max Q abort test is good to go. Kales, yeah, I know, it's been a hot minute. Alright, the other thing that by doing the abort testing, it does, is it also allows us to like triple check our staging, right? To make sure all of this is good to go. Technically, there's one more abort test to do, and that is a high altitude abort, but we already know it's gonna work. The only thing about high altitude abort you have to be careful of is the G-forces can get really, really high because there's much less atmospheric pressure. I'm willing to bet this probably jumps up to at least 12 Gs for a high G abort. Or high altitude abort, rather. Alright, so now we can start building out the launch pad, well, applying stickers, making it look good, put some clothes on it, and then start building out the launch pad. But that is gonna have to wait for the next episode, as I'm gonna need to wrap it up here in order for me to be able to go spend some time with Delta V. She's been feeling a little undervalued, I guess, right, or neglected, because I've been streaming so much lately. So I'm gonna cut it a little bit short here today. But I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Star Citizen, though. In fact, I might stream again later this evening, but if I do, it'll be Star Citizen. Right, so the next episode of Kerbal will be the date after tomorrow, well, Thursday. Well, that's, Thanksgiving. Well, I'll be here on Thanksgiving, at least for a little bit. That will be a short stream because I got to do all the cooking for Thanksgiving. So, it'll be a short stream or a late stream, one or the other. Late stream, probably make more sense. Late stream, that way I can do all the cooking earlier in the day. Yeah, and so it'll be a late stream on Thursday for more Kerbal. Gonna be a short stream, that's for sure. Well, I'm smoking a turkey. That doesn't take that much effort. By the way, smoking a turkey, dude, cannot go wrong with that. All right, if anybody wants to catch up on the previous episodes, we're on episode 13 of this career. If you want to see it from the beginning, you can do so here on the YouTube channel. So make sure you like, subscribe, all the other, all the YouTube stuff. Right? Anybody that's new here, if you have not hit that follow button for me, do so now. Much appreciated. And consider subscribing to support the channel. All right, social. Anybody needs any social links? There you go. There's Twitter, X, Blue Sky, Discord. And Discord if you want to share any of your stuff. And if you're curious what music we've been listening to, it's been Star Citizen music. All right, who knew? Star Citizen music fits Kerbal just perfectly. All right, so with all that out of the way, who can we send some love to? Who can we forward it to? Who else is doing some Kerbal today? Oh, well, Urban Venture is awesome guy. He also does a lot of Kerbal now. But he is doing some vintage story. I'm not sure what that is, but Vintage is an awesome streamer, so we're gonna go hang out with. Vintage is awesome. Urban is an awesome streamer, so we're gonna go hang out with Mr. Urban. All right. So once again, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is where we be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, here is Urban Venture, and stay dangerous. And thank you again.
Show you what Niels is working on if you want. To let you copy and paste, which is handy, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff you can do. Would you look at that? Huge raid from absolute legend of the Kerbal community there. Rocketology. I'm going to give Rocketology a shout out. I always feel like it's absolutely crazy when I'm on the other side of this because I've watched Rocket for years. But if you guys have not ever gone and checked out what Rocket gets up in Kerbal, I know he's started a new career recently. Loads of different games over there, similar vibes, engineering.